Everything okay? Everything okay? Get out of that. Okay. We good? Okay. I think we're okay now. I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened. I tried to switch to my extender network for a better connection, and then it just kind of died on me. Well, hopefully things are okay now. And I'm not even looking at the correct thing on my device. Excuse me a sec. Alright. Alright. We okay? Am I dropping frames? No? Move around a little. Alright. Alright. I don't know what happened there. My main signal looks weak, but it's not going no internet on me, so I guess I'm going to do that and hope things go alright. Anyways, bathroom's in here. Now I'm just gonna walk down the steps. Boop, 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 boop. And go through the door. And, there. So, we're okay now? I hope. Because I'd like to get started. I'd like to get started. Let me just get Sonic and Tails into the fray. I think I want to use the mirrored one first. I should probably just get both out right off the bat. Wait, which one did I take out? Okay, I took out the non-mirrored one. No particle systems. At least not yet. Alright. Let's get to it. I want to get animating. Got a lot to do. That's just a one-up head. Alright. Let's get to scaling them now, so that they're at the sizes I like to use. Add scale control to the hips, because doing it to the roots can mess things up from a camera perspective. Why does Tails have a bigger bedroom than Sonic? Just a little hidden lore. The big room used to be Sonic's room, but he decided to give it to Tails and just never said anything to Tails so that he doesn't feel guilty or anything like that. 78603. So the big room used to be Sonic's room, and then he just gave it to Tails to make him more comfortable. 178603. Make him larger. Make Tails only a little larger. 139301. You have to scale them somewhat, otherwise they're just too small for the homes. Kokoro. You used to be... I remember another Tails fan 109 that used to watch my stuff. You the same one? School is... Oh yeah, that was the figure out my place on YouTube phase. Alright, now I'm going to rig them so that they're easier to animate. We want to use this for Sonic, this for Sonic, and the classic Sonic rig for classic Tails. Now let's just get them moved into their basic position. Oh yeah, Sonic's in a T-pose. I'm assuming you don't know why. The reason T-posing exists is basically to align the entire skeleton rig together so that the system knows where to start things off and not get confused later on. It's a common practice with any computer model. They always start like this. It's how you center the positions of everything from the start. Let's get everyone into a position. I have to figure out which one I want to use first. This is the mirror, right? Yeah, I'm gonna want to use the mirrored Sonic first, but let's get them into a basic position to start things off. We're probably not gonna see him here, so we can just have him set however. Let's just get Sonic here into a decent position to start with, so that once things really start, we can get going. I'm hoping to try and get the first minute done, but given how long it takes for me to animate this stuff, I might not even make that. I might be lucky to get to half a minute. I don't know. And it's going to be a very long animation. I suspect this one will be over 25 minutes, because it's definitely the longest script I have so far. Wait. We'll figure that out in a moment, I guess. Just kind of getting things settled right now. I like retro games. I like retro games a lot. Although right now, I'm playing another horror game that I'm not recording because, quite frankly, this channel will just turn into a horror LP thing if I let it. I got the recently released Amnesia: The Bunker, the sequel to my favorite horror game, Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And for once, it's actually a worthy sequel. Amnesia: The Bunker is so good and so scary. I love it. And no, I don't watch Spider-Man films. That includes the recent animated Spider-Verse films. Oh, a stop-motion project. Kind of like this, only even more time-consuming. Good luck on that. Alright. I gotta get everyone into a base position before even starting animating. You have to do all this stuff first. By the way, before you adjust Sonic's eyes, this is how far apart they are. Looks kinda derpy, doesn't it? LP Sonic Heroes? But it took me like 7 years to get all the Chaos Emeralds in that game. I don't know if I can do a 7-year-long LP just to get emeralds again. Like, those bonus stages are the worst bonus stages in the franchise. You're not convincing me otherwise. Oh my gosh, they're impossible to control, and you'll never get to those bonus stages unless you're playing as Team Rose. Alright, let's make Sonic's eyebrows look a little softer. There we go. I'll probably do for now. Let's make a little tick mark on everything. Oh, one more thing. We're going to want to clear up a few things, because before long, Sonic's model will just go all out of whack. So let's fix that immediately. That's usually something I forget to do, but it's very important. Oops. Well, that's what happens when you try and do everything all at once. The program doesn't like it very much. This is an old program, honestly. I can wait. This usually goes away after some point. Yeah, did you think that animating wasn't tedious? This is everything I have to go through at the start of every animation, by the way. Now you get to see this firsthand. Mostly Team Dark. Team Dark was hard. And as a kid, I was stupid and thought, oh, no, I should do all the teams from left to right. So, once I got past Team Dark after like 2 years, the other teams were easy. I made Team Rose in 1 day and Team Chaotix in 2 days. Then there were the Emeralds, which took me roughly 7 years on and off to get them all, because the bonus stages are stupid. Let me just save again. And we are going to copy all this into the other Sonic model. And we're also going to have to fix this one up, so we're going to do this again. And we're going to wait again. It's an old program, and they haven't really updated this. It was basically just made to make Team Fortress 2 animations, and I don't even think Valve expected this to go any farther than it actually did. If Tails will build something, Sonic finds it. When Tails is older, he's not aware of what he can do yet because he's been put down. Ants! I'm just trying to listen to music and I can't even skip this ad. Fine. Sadako? Oh, please. I've known about the Ringu films for quite some time. I've watched the American Ring, and I've watched the first 3 Japanese Ringu films. Ringu, Rasen, and Ringu 2. I suppose it should be called Ringu Ni because it's Japanese, and Ni is 2 in Japanese, but whatever. Finding the emeralds in Sonic Heroes isn't too bad. You gotta pick up the key within the stages and then just not get hit for the rest of the stage, because if you get hit one time, it's gone. That's why you do Team Rose, because the enemies are pathetic and the stages are like 3 times shorter. It's the only way to get the emeralds. The main reason it took me 7 years to get the Chaos Emeralds was because of the 3rd bonus stage. I don't know why that one was so much harder than the others. Not even the last one was as difficult. Alright. Anyways, I think we have Sonic roughly ready. Now let's go and set up Tails. Where is Tails? Tails, where... What are you doing all the way over there? Oh, that's right. I wasn't in the correct time frame. Let's just ignore the fact that Tails is partially through a window. We want to get him set up in the bed, which means I'm going to have to set up the bed. Make what so smooth? The animation? Hours upon hours of being super picky on everything I do. Will another character be in this episode? Not yet. At least not exactly. I mean, Sonic's already kind of aware, just for some of the stuff he's already doing at his age, so... Now, if I look back at the beginning of my script, Tails is in a slight bit of unrest because he's still a bit uncomfortable sleeping alone, so... Let's add a slight look of discomfort. Not exactly the look I'm looking for, actually. Yeah, that's better. Alright, so we want to get Tails wrapped up in the bed. Thankfully, we can animate the blanket. It's exactly the reason I picked this bed model, because you can actually animate the blanket so that instead of just having the character sleep on top of it, like you see in many older Sonic SFM videos, because there were no beds where you could animate blankets, we can make it more realistic. And yeah, he's always wearing the shoes. I always just animate it so that you don't really see it. So, now you know, Tails is always wearing his shoes. It's just that when he's in bed, I try and hide it as much as possible. If I actually show him with his shoes off, which I'd have to figure out how to do that, then we might get stuck in the realm of foot fetishes. And, I don't want to try and encourage that in this. So, I think that's a decent position. It looks bad right now, but, you know, once we actually move the blanket a bit, it'll look better. Play Flash games? I have Flashpoint. I do have Flashpoint. There's a Flash game from my childhood I'm thinking of recording at one point. I don't know when, but it's something I want to do at some point. How do I do my Sonic and Tails voice?
I just tried to go a little nasally with Sonic, to be honest.
And Tails is kind of more of a falsetto type voice. You just gotta know how to control it.
I'm not very good at explaining how I do voices, so that's probably about the best you're gonna get. You know what? We're moving these models up to the top. It'll be easier to get to this way. Right below the camera. It's usually not too bad until I just start screaming with Tails' voice. Then I have to get into a range I can't normally realistically reach. Some ideas to make him wear socks? Well, if you figure something out, okay. But usually you probably shouldn't be sleeping with socks on anyway. It doesn't give your feet room to breathe, which isn't exactly healthy. It'll make them smell worse. Ooh, a Stitch voice? I never tried a Stitch voice. I don't know if I could do it. But Lilo and Stitch is a good movie. I don't watch any of the live-action remakes, so I probably won't see that one when it comes out, because it is happening. And there's also going to be one from Moana, which is kind of weird, because that movie's not even 10 years old yet. It's a little too soon to remake that one. Now, which one is the bed? Okay, the first one. The second one's for Sonic's room. Alright, now it's time to animate the blanket. What is the best way to go through with this? Nope. This might take a little while. I know I haven't really done much yet, but this is kind of how slow the start usually is. It usually takes a while before I really can get to anything. And after this, I still have to set in the voice clips and start lip-syncing them out before I start animating the characters too much. Otherwise, it's hard to keep track of if I'm syncing them correctly. Okay. We're gonna lower those two tails. Yes. We're gonna lower these down because they shouldn't be sticking out of the blanket like that in an unrealistic manner. There we go. Now we won't see them when the animation begins. Let's place Tails' hand down. It's a little hard from this perspective. Okay. Now we're not going to see things exactly from this perspective. So when his tail start flying, when the series is ready to be over, that's when it'll happen. Because my idea is around the time he learns to fly is around the time he really starts learning what he's really capable of as a person. And it's also going to be the point where he very quickly learns to start fighting by Sonic's side. Which is where things end, because by that point, he's kind of grown to the character we grow to know, and this little coming-of-age story is over. So I hope you don't look forward too much to Tails learning to fly, because once that happens, the Tails That Bond is pretty much over. It's going to be a long time before then, though. But when it comes, it comes. This is the reality of it, Davisto. This is the reality of things. This is how long it takes to start animating. Now you know. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong bone. I want to adjust this one. There we go. So I'm sorry if you think this is taking too long to get the animation started, but it's just the reality of things, unfortunately. And, yeah, I want to adjust the middle portion of the bed. I usually like to have this rise up a little bit so that you can kind of get an idea on where Tails' feet are in the bed. Like, this little lump of the blanket risen up here, this is roughly going to be where his feet is. It's just a little detail I like to add so he doesn't look completely flat. And, okay. And maybe a little here. Okay. I think we've almost set up the start point of the animation. And squish this a little bit because Tails is sleeping on it. And, okay. I think we're roughly there now. Let me just save quick. Because I need to fix Tails up before this happens. That. He's all the way over there now. Let's fix that. Oop. Hey, that's not quite right. That's not right. Let's try that again. I don't think I actually marked every part of this yet. I didn't. Whoops. My mistake. Okay, we're gonna fix it for real now. There we go. So, when you rig one of these characters, it tends to kind of screw up the little metrics of the bones, so that once you get past a certain point, everything just kind of goes flip-flop and goes all over the place. So the easy way to fix that is to highlight every bone in a character's body, make a mark somewhere around the start, and then copy and paste that over here, and then you can just delete it, and it's gone. You shouldn't have to worry about it again. Eggman's going to pretty much have more of an indirect connection to various events in the Tales That Bond. It's not really focused on Sonic and Eggman's battles, but it does sometimes have an effect on how Sonic and Tails live their normal lives, and that's going to happen sometimes. I know what happens to every bone orchard. That's why you need to make a mark on every bone, highlight every bone, make a check mark with the M key, and then copy and paste it to past where all that stuff happens, and then delete it. You have to highlight all of them at once. SMM doesn't tend to like it when you do that, but you kind of have to do it. I suppose you could just do a section at a time like that, but yeah, I have a Sonic plush. He's right here. He's cool and cute. You are cute. I'm sorry, I have to accept that. You're cute. You're still cool, though. I learned about Sonic Superstars just yesterday. A 2D Sonic game with classic characters, but 3D modeling. You like the hat. Cool. Alright, let's get to it. I usually only use one light for this bit here. And oh, we can actually see Sonic through the window. That means I'm going to have to animate him in this shot. Anyways, maybe I should start getting out some audio clips in. Which one do I normally use for, was it this? Yeah, that's normally what I use. Alright. I think we can start actually animating now. Do I have a Tails plush? Well, of course I have a Tails plush. Why wouldn't I have a Tails plush? Why wouldn't I have the most special plush in the entire world? He's my comfort character. He makes every day better. Alright, I should probably start getting to this now. So, I didn't realize we'd actually be seeing Sonic here. That means I have to animate him in this first shot. We shouldn't really see Tails, though, right? Actually, we can vaguely see him. Darn, I'm actually gonna have to animate these characters in the first shot. Well, shoot. I was not expecting to have to do that. Okay, sure. Let's get to it, I guess. Alright, so that means having Sonic position like this. I'm just going to make the other Sonic disappear for now. We'll use him when we need him. Alright. But it's far away, so I probably don't have to be quite as meticulous. It just has to look good enough from this distance. That's all. That's all. Alright. Are you guys able to see the Discord notifications that just appeared on my screen? I feel like you might. Alright, so I actually want to adjust. There is no way there should be another ad here! What the heck? YouTube is getting worse. Even after a video has gone through its entirety, it's still gonna throw ads at you after. My goodness, I hate that. Okay, well, nothing seems to be wrong on my end. I'm not dropping any frames. So, hope your internet gets better soon. Oh, good. Used a hotspot. I can't live stream with a hotspot. It gets too laggy. Alright, so I don't know how I'm going to animate him here. Let's see. Maybe move him a little farther back. Yeah, the unskippable double ads. If I'm starting a video, I'll just keep reloading and refreshing until I either get a short ad, no ad, or an ad that I can skip. That's what I do. I heard about it from somewhere, and it semi-works. You just gotta get lucky. Alright, so... Oh, no. Alright, so we're gonna have to do this a bit at a time. How's that look so far? Yeah, we can see him moving! Oh yeah, I have to write the scripts beforehand, otherwise I've got nothing to work with. Alright, now we're going to have to actually animate his feet. So, I didn't expect to have to do this immediately. Oh yeah, making animation is hard. It doesn't matter how you do it pretty much. It's going to be tricky and pretty tedious unless you're using something like Go Anime, but you're not really making good content objectively if you're doing Go Anime. It's mostly just used for like grounded videos, which my brother used to really have a weird thing with just laughing at Caillou Gets Grounded videos. I shouldn't even be saying this. It always embarrasses me to think about. Alright, so again, it just has to look good enough from outside. So, Stop saying the same thing over and over again. I'm not saying the same thing over and over again, am I? Bye. Oh, and you'll probably soon notice the audio and voice clips are going to sound really annoying while I'm animating, and you're going to hate it. Curve this down a little. There. Alright, I kind of want to get these feet back in place. Thankfully, we have this, so we can just kind of, cheat. Yay, cheating! Alright, but we gotta add some up and down movements to match his limbs. Wrong Sonic. This Sonic. Oh, whoops, that's gonna look bad if it's not in the correct spot. Alright. Oh, nope. I mean, it's not really gonna matter from here, but you know what? I'm still gonna be picky. I am still gonna be picky. There we go. Everything's gotta look right. How's that look? I mean, from this distance, that could probably work. Yeah. I could see it working. What am I saying, Justin? Be a little more specific, because after all, I'm kind of just animating. It's hard to come up with things to say when you gotta constantly think about something. Constantly. Does Tails get hurt in this episode? Not physically. The Garden of Ban. I don't know what that is. Alright, so maybe don't have his hands like that anymore. No, we're going to be adding a bit of extra lighting later, but for now, it's not too necessary from the inside. When do I think this episode will be released? Oh, heck if I know. I'm going to need to put in so much time to get this done. As you can see, it's taking a long time just to do the first second. The first second. I don't like how Sonic's hands are... There we go. That's better. That's better. And again, it only has to look good enough from over here, which means you don't need to do it nearly as much. I'm probably still doing more than I honestly have to. Tails will be sad in this video. I mean, this is like only the third day with these two together. Of course, Tails isn't going to be fully well yet. Argentina? You're from Argentina, Mr. Silver? Okay. So, no, this is the kind of music I generally listen to when I animate, and I just kind of have it on a loop generally. It's sometimes harder to... I think Sonic's hand is too close. Let me move that a little bit. Yeah, there. Do I watch Sonic, like, movies? Yeah, I've seen the Sonic movies. I've seen every episode of The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I remember in 6th grade for a while, at the end of 6th grade for a while, Sonic Underground was on Disney XD. I watched it and was immediately disappointed that there was no Tails. I kept waiting for him to show up and he never did. I used to watch Sonic Boom a few times. It was generally too hard to get up at 7 in the morning just to watch it. Which for a while was the only time of the day it was on TV, which was so annoying. Because I actually liked that show. Okay. There we go. From Russia. That makes sense given that username that I can't read. Why does it take forever to start the animation? Because animation takes forever to start. It's not as easy as just turning on a video game and trying to beat level 1 through 7. Let's start moving some of his other body parts a little bit because he looks kind of weird, not really moving much else. No, not like that. I have to be meticulous. If I'm not meticulous, it's going to look terrible. And then you're going to get an animation that you'll be like, huh, why wasn't that as good as all the other ones? Let's see. Okay, for a second I thought I saw something clipped to the wall, but I was wrong. I don't really know Spanish. I know some Italian. Very primitive with Japanese. I tried to learn Japanese for a little at some point, then I just didn't have time. Oh! Oh, that's even worse. Good night, Snowy Tails. Have a good rest, and I'm assuming you'll be going to Sunday. Enjoy your Sunday. So again, I'm not sure how far I'm gonna get in this stream, but that's the reason this is going to be a long stream, because I knew this was gonna take forever. I'm not very good at taking care of pets. I don't think I could keep a pet. Thanks, Ava. Did I watch Sonic X? Not too much. I wasn't as big a fan of the voices in that one. They didn't sit well for me. Jason Griffith, yeah, he needed some time to get good. When he got good, I thought he got really good. Like Sonic Unleashed, great performance. But before that, man, did he need practice. How's this look? A little farther. How's it look from afar? Is something happening down there? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is the plate Sonic was holding at the start of episode 3. What's that doing? Oh my, oh. How that gets saved into scene start. Oh, I gotta fix that. Why? No, which one is this? I'm so glad I caught that so that I could deal with it before things got weird. This doesn't even have to delete this. Okay. Yeah, that happened. Imagine if I just didn't notice that, and that got into episode 4, and then one day someone looked at that corner of the house in the first time and was like, what's that moving over there? That would have been interesting! Well, that was a good laugh. That was a good laugh. Now back to what I was actually doing. How does Sonic look right now? He looks pretty good so far, I'd say. He looks pretty good so far, I'd say. Is Sonic's bed neat? Yeah, it is. Does it still have camera? No, it doesn't have camera issues anymore. That's good. Plates in Ohio. Do I have a Knuckles plushie? I have a Knuckles plushie and an Amy plushie, a classic Amy because modern Amy was too expensive. A Cream plush, a Chow plush, a Shadow plush, a Silver plush, a Charmy plush, an Espio plush, a Vector plush, a Silver plush, and a Blaze plush, and a Rouge plush. And a very unique kind of Sonic plush that I like to call Mascot Sonic because he has a bunch of character logo stuff all over him. I have a lot of plushies. I don't have time to get them right now. Okay, back to work, back to work, back to work. Oh, I also have like a Pikachu plush from like the 2nd grade. Then I got a smaller one later. I called him Pikamo and made him Pikachu's son. Show us Mascot Sonic. As Mr. Gojira. I don't know if I have as much as he does. You want to see Mascot Sonic? This is Mascot Sonic. My twin brother got him at a Dave & Buster's for me as junior year of college was ending. He speaks and squeaks because mascots don't normally talk. There. There we go. Oh, hi, escape. Did you see little Mascot Sonic? Okay. I'm getting sidetracked. Okay. Now let's animate Sonic's ears and hair because, you know, I'm still picky. I'm in my mid-20s. He basically is a baby in this. 2 years old is a toddler. It's not paint. It's a bunch of Sonic stuff put all over him. It's probably some kind of an anniversary plush thing. I don't know, but he's cute. And this is how Sonic looks like when you can't see his mouth. His mouth's over here right now. He looks kind of funny from this angle. Oof. Alright. That was scary. Ideas in your head with mascot Sonic. Has Tails or ever intelligent mindset 2 years old? He was born with a very high IQ. He just hasn't really been able to use it because everyone was brutalizing him. Why didn't some of the characters' mouths in the middle? I don't know. I think it's supposed to sort of do with like an edge thing, like the ones with the mouth on their sides are supposed to look more cool, and the ones with their mouths in the middle are supposed to look more cute. Like Sonic and Espio and Knuckles and Shadow, they're cooler characters. They have the mouth on the sides. Tails, Amy, Cream, Charmy, they're more of the cuter ones, and they have the mouth in the middle. The exception's Vector, but that's because he's a crocodile. Have you seen his mouth? Okay. Now it's time to animate Sonic's... Well, I like to call it hair. There is needles, like his quills, but I like to call him his hair. He needs a fashionable hairdo. He used to like having a mohawk. But then mohawks went out of style. I'm sorry, that was the wrong way. I need to redo it. Interesting. Yeah, let's have it drop downward. Now, I'm gonna be honest, if I just didn't animate the ears and the hair, I could probably get through animating a lot faster, but I just think it doesn't look good enough if I don't do it. So I do it. I don't know, I think it looks more dynamic when I animate it. I'm just gonna save throughout. Control S is such a nice little shortcut. Oh! And that's what Sonic's eyes look like when we go through his head, ladies and gentlemen. Are you impressed? Oh, hang on. Are we already in trouble? Wait, let me just take a look. Oh no, we're fine, we're fine. Okay. By the way, for each of these needles, you kind of just want to do one bone at a time. Otherwise, they get in really messed up, warped positions. I don't want to reveal when I'm going to introduce the other characters. I want to create a sort of element of surprise when it does come, and make it feel somewhat natural in progression, as I can at least. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. You guys know where this music that's playing is from, right? Do ya? Oh, what did I miss? Everyone's suddenly saying stuff like 6 and 75 and negative 1B. Alright, how does things look? This is more work than I usually have to do for this first shot. But hey, he looks pretty good from a distance, actually. He looks pretty good from this distance, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, that was just an experiment. Yes, Roadscar, this is Resident Evil. I wasn't sure if anyone here, other than Doomdog, actually played horror games. I don't know, I kind of find this save theme somewhat trance-inducing, more so than in the remake, which I'm currently playing right now. I like it. But if I get sick of it, I'm gonna put on something else. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think I like that very much. Tails is not going to face his fears. He's only 2 years old. No, I don't like the way that looks. I know I shouldn't be too picky about it. I mean, it's not going to look that absurd. That's actually a million times better already. Sometimes, when something looks wrong, you just got to give it the slightest touch, and it all falls into place. Hang on. Yeah, farther back. Alright. I want to reset the positions of the ears and hair. Yes, I call Sonic's needles hair. You're going to deal with it. I don't watch the Resident Evil movies. I just play the games. I should also probably animate Sonic's eyes a little. Maybe make him blink once or twice. Yeah, okay. Let's make him blink. He has a lot of eyelid parts. 1, 2, 3. Hang on. I need to unhide the eyelids. And this is how we make him blink. Oh, what am I doing? I'm rushing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. M, 1, 2, 3. Wait. Put a mark here, and boom. Bada bing, bada boom, we got a blink cycle that we can now copy and paste literally every single time we want to use this exact setup. Although I'm going to do something a little different here. Copy this, unmark that, delete that. There we go. Okay, we're gonna have Sonic. Alright, then he's gonna think about opening the door. Right now, basically, Sonic is just looking at the door before opening it. Just kind of silently hoping to himself, please let him be sleeping peacefully. That's basically what he's thinking right now. In case you guys want to understand the motivation of just animating this one little part. That's what he's thinking right now. He's basically just thinking, oh, please let him be sleeping peacefully. And then he'll slowly open the door to check. That's why we have to animate this bit. Everything's got a purpose. Yeah, I heard of it. I know it was originally expected to be more of a Five Nights at Freddy's film, but they didn't have the rights. But now Blumhouse has the rights, and it's happening. Better be better than the Slender Man movie, because, well, Slender Man was not treated right. Oops, wait. We're gonna cut that. I forgot to add a little something here. There we go. Okay, now we're fine. How long will this animation take? If I was to guess, at least 140 hours. At least. I don't know. At least. That's why I just can't give release dates anymore. It's probably going to be entirely wrong. I think that's a little too fast. We're going to push everything forward a little bit. So, highlight everything that's necessary for Sonic. Wrong hand. And we're just gonna push it. Because I don't want this movement to be too fast. That's better. Oh, my 2-month break was pretty nice. For the most part. I had a very uncomfortable hitch along the way, but I'm managing. But I got to play through all the games I wanted to do. I started running a little more. I got to just relax and spend some time with family. And I got to start a little slasher movie website that I haven't figured out how to make look nice yet, but you hate needles? Well, so does Sonic. You got something in common. Noodles? What kind of noodles? Candyman? I don't watch Candyman because I don't need to be looking at and listening to a bunch of bee stuff coming out of his mouth. Ugh, I hate the thought of that. I don't think I'd make something like that. That sounds a bit uncomfortable to make. It would just bring in so many weird things. Animate a little more. Oh, wrong hand. We're gonna have to move Sonic's other hand at some point. Tails' door might be a little small, but if I make it bigger, it's gonna have some... Oh, wait. I'm not so sure how I like the look of this door. I wonder if I should change it. Was it always like that? I'm not sure. Right, he's gonna start moving towards the door here, and this will be the end of the... Except we still have to slightly animate Tails moving about in bed. Background sounds is something I deal with later. In the beginning, I only kind of focus on the voice clips and Sonic and Tails, the animating. Okay, let's adjust his pelvis a little bit. There we go. Have I played Sonic Rush? Probably one of the first DS games I had. Wasn't very good at that game when I was younger. There was already saved data on it. Sonic was up to Zone 2, so didn't miss much. And it was a water zone, so of course, being a young kid, I wasn't very good at it. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat as much as you guys probably would like because, well, it's hard to make sure this looks good while looking at another screen. You could probably imagine. I'm just trying to get some decent progress done for you guys. But this first part's taking longer than I thought it would because I didn't realize I'd actually have to do all this animating before really starting the full animation proper. And, yeah. Why? That's better. Do I think Sonic's a furry? He's a hedgehog. He's an animal. He can't be a furry. He's already an animal. It doesn't count. I'm the only voice actor, Layla. Oh yeah, we gotta still animate this hand because I mean, we're not really even gonna see it, but you know what? That's me being picky again. Are we back on? Let's see. Green. Okay. Think we're back? Looks like we're back. Okay, okay. Sorry guys, I have Optimum. It doesn't always work right. But maybe we can get back to the program. Yeah, my internet just like died for like 40 seconds for no reason. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. I don't know what happened either. My internet can just be a royal pain in the neck at times. Anyways, let's animate Sonic's hair now, because I should. Alright, cool. My favorite game? Well, I really love Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I really love Metroid Prime. I flippin' adore Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Love that game. There's also Wind Waker and Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 might still be my favorite Sonic game. It might just be. I just enjoyed so much. Which I have to wonder if someday you guys would just want me to pick up the file I used to LP Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and then just try and go for all of the emblems. That would be a lot, but I don't know. Maybe it'd be something you'd want to see. Do I ever get a break? I took 2 months off of animating. Because as you can see, doing this all the time can get a little tiring, and I was getting a little tired of it. So I took a 2-month break, and now I'm doing this again because I have rested up. I mean, if it goes super crazy here, it'll probably be too late to notice anyway. Oh yeah, it's gonna get crazy. Yep, it's gonna get crazy, but it's a far off shot, and we're ending this at the 9-second mark, so I don't think we'll really notice it that much. I'm not going to worry too much over it. It's Animate's feet. There we go. Maybe I should swerve this over a little. There we go. We're going to have to adjust this. Perfect. Almost, actually. Not quite yet. Alright, there. There we go. Do I like animating? Like many things in life, sometimes I love it, sometimes it's a pain. It's a sort of love-hate relationship, but you can't just keep yourself away from it. It's like when you play games like I Want to Be the Guy, the unfair platformer, getting over it. Sometimes you just hate it at times, but you can't get away from it because it feels too good when you do finish it. Yes, David, this is how long things take. Now you know why these animations take so long to get out. Because it takes this much time just to do simple stuff. And honestly, considering I only started this at like 2 o'clock, this is a decent amount to get done in a short period of time. Alright. So I don't have to animate much here. How much of Tails can we really see? Yeah, so we're just going to animate Tails' head a little bit. And there we go. This first shot is almost over, you guys. We're almost ready for shot 2. Yay! Let's fix that. That's a lot better. I don't play Roblox. I'm not into those kind of games like Minecraft and such. They bore me, honestly. Okay, there. Let's see how that looks from a distance. Yep, you can see him moving ever so slightly, and we can't really see much else of him, so we don't have to animate anything else with Tails. There we go. How many episodes? I don't know. I'm going to guess at minimum 30. At minimum. There might be more than that. There might be more, but I'm expecting at least 30 episodes. At least. It's probably going to be more than that, honestly. You know what? I do kind of want some lights. So, let's throw in some lights, because it still looks kind of bland in the house. I'm gonna throw in some lights. I used to play Sonic Dash quite a bit, actually. But I haven't in some time. I think we're gonna want to turn this down a little. It looks a little too bright. Okay, that'll do for now. And then let's throw a light into Tails' room. Animating does take a long time, and this might be the longest animation yet, so this one might really take a while to get out. I'm hoping I'll have a little more free time so I could space out my time and hopefully get this out at a decently faster rate. This is definitely too bright. Alright, cool. So now I'm going to do what I normally do at this. It's only been about an hour and a half. I started this at around 2 o'clock. It's not even 3:30 where I am. So no, we haven't been here that long. And considering I got about 9 seconds done in the first hour and a half, that's a decent sign. Now I'm going to add the little fade in that I normally do at the start of these. They're usually like 3 seconds long. There we go. Alright, there we go. Let me shorten this clip. It doesn't need to be any longer than 9 seconds. Thomas Billington. This is Source Filmmaker. It's pretty old and was initially used mostly for Team Fortress 2 animations, but it's grown a lot since then, and it's probably one of the simplest 3D animating tools to use, so of course many of us Sonic animators use it. Use anything else and it can take a lot longer. Alright, let's finally move on to the next shot. Oop, wrong way. Why does that door already seem so bright? There's no lights on it. Now, of course, we're gonna have to do a little more with the lights this time around. We got one to light up this little side of things. Well, sort of. That corner still, but what I should probably do is now stick the light out here and make it brighter. It looks ugly from here, but from inside, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Yeah, and look, the light is shining out the window onto this door, and yeah, okay. Maybe it's a little too bright, though. So what do you think? Lighting okay? Well, it's not like Sonic needed much in the house. And here's a wardrobe from Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I had to. I freaking love Amnesia. I love Amnesia. Probably needs another light in here, just to even things out a little bit. To animate 1 minute of footage, probably between, let's see, depending on the material, it can take anywhere between like 8 to 14 hours or so, somewhere around that. Alright, I need to figure out how to use this light responsibly. Let's increase the field of view. and just take a general look around the room. I think it looks okay. I still might want to draw... Although this is like the sunlight, I don't want it to become too demanding that it gets a bit hard to look at. I don't have a good story? Well, I'm sorry. I'm just making something I want to make. A lot of people like it. It's simple, I'll give it that, but... Alright. Alright. Not that much. Just a smidgen. The thing about this door is it opens up a lot. Not enough for Sonic to peek his head out. Again, Sonic treats Tails like a baby because he's only like 2 years old in this. He pretty much is a baby. Would you treat a 2-year-old like a 13-year-old boy? I don't think so. If you do, then I have to question the faces of reality. A scene where he tries to propose to Cream. Dude, if anything, Cream is basically just an infant in this time period right now. And even in their present time, Tails and Cream are still kids. Kids don't propose. Alright, so we're gonna have to slowly move Sonic into place. Make sure he's not clipping in, however. Wrong hand again. I keep doing that. Unfortunately, sometimes it's a little hard to get Sonic to reach the door handle. I mean, it doesn't matter just yet. But now Sonic's gonna try and squeeze in a bit here. Nothing's clipping, good. And once Sonic peeks his head out, then I'll know where to start putting in the voice clips. I just don't know quite yet where that is, so. Why am I spoiling the episode? You're seeing at most the first minute. Nothing significant happens in the first minute. This is to work as sort of a sneak peek to thank you all for the... Well, Dark Tales, you're going to have to give me some examples of criticism here. Because just being told it's not a good story is not going to make it any better. So if you have some criticism for me, just give it to me face first. Otherwise, I'm not going to be helped. Whoops, there we go. Well, I hope to get it out earlier than December 20th. Does this need to be perfect? That depends. Do you want it to be good? Do you want it to be a good animation? If you don't want it to be a good animation, then no, it doesn't have to be perfect. If you want it to hold up to the previous stuff I made, then yes, it does. Patience is a virtue. You must try to learn it. A 5-year-old trying to propose? Oh. Alright. Can Sonic fit through here? Sort of. We can probably start moving his hand away from there. Yep. We can see a sliver of his glove. Yep. There we go. Animation's my passion. And I know my my stories are probably quite simplistic. But they're not meant to be like Lord of the Rings styled epics. These are really just sort of for entertainment purposes. Heck, I think we can all argue the story to the Mario movie really isn't great, but it entertains people, so that's sort of what really matters. Better when Tails has to face challenges with both the setting and characters. Interesting. A lot of these earlier episodes are more to sort of establish relationships and bonds and all that. That's what I'm working on right now. Is it copyrighted? Well, the characters are from Sega, and I made the stories. Okay. We're gonna have to start animating his fingers, which is sometimes seriously annoying. But it has to be done. So let's do it. Ugh, wrong hand again. I don't usually make that mistake so many times, I swear. Alright, there. Yes, in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Tails is for... That was a Saturday morning cartoon. And he got into trouble a lot in that. He was always getting captured because he was so young. I'm animating this finger, but we won't even see it right away. Yeah, the problem with that is, once that happens, then people know Tails is at Sonic's house, and they're not really supposed to know that at all. If they did know that, if people did find out and were start spraying around, Sonic would just move. He'd get out of there. He wouldn't keep Tails there anymore, and they'd go live somewhere else. Probably just out in Green Hill. Okay, how's that look? Okay. There's his ear. Yes, it does take a very long time. If Eggman captures Tails, well then Tails is never safe ever again. Alright, what do I want to do with the door from here? This? Yeah, probably. And then just rotate it open a smidgen more. Yeah, there we go. Yes, but if they're teenagers, you really think a teenager's going to keep something to themselves? They're going to tell all their friends, and then all their friends are going to tell their friends, and then the adults are going to overhear things, and the whole thing becomes a whole crazy phenomenon. No, teenagers need to share everything with their friends, and then it just gets out of hand. Like, have you not seen Grease? Where one of the female characters is possibly pregnant. She tells one person, and it immediately spreads. Immediately. That's the way I see it would happen. Bye, Vicky. Maybe push this a little farther back. How many seconds in? Just look up there. 12 seconds. Oops, I hit the caps lock by accident. Are we clipping it all? No. I might need to adjust the camera a little bit for this shot. I just really haven't thought of that for the earlier episodes. I wanted to focus more on establishing the bond between the two before making things more dynamic. Call it slow, perhaps, but I'm usually kind of more into slower paced stories now and then. I like it when it takes time to build up to something more dynamic and complicated. I felt like I needed to give Tails time to establish a connection with Sonic before things got more dynamic, and the more characters there are, the more dynamic things can get. I just didn't feel like it made too much sense to go into something larger scale early on. Because if you get into things larger scale too soon, that can dampen the effect of things later down the road. It needs time to grow and flourish. That's how I feel. It's not like this is a movie where everything needs to be settled by like the first 30 minutes. I think I'm going to have to adjust the camera a bit. Yeah, maybe this is a better shot angle. Yeah, I can make it better off of this. Also, it can be hard to make things that are considered interesting when you just don't tend to really get that kind of criticism. That kind of stuff is how you build, and really up until now, no one's really given me constructive criticisms for this kind of stuff yet, so I haven't had much to work on. Anyways, this isn't quite working out. Might have to move him a little. Yeah, I had ideas for slightly more dynamic stuff the farther in I get. I just want to use like the first few episodes to more or less get things put into place so that when things do happen, the way characters interact make a little more sense than just rushing into it head first. That's kind of my idea. I just don't know now if maybe I'm taking too long to reach that point. But the fact is, these first few episodes only take place within the first few days. As we get farther in, there's going to be more time skips between episodes in terms of where they take place. Like after like the first 5 episodes or so, we're going to time skip a couple of weeks. The first few days are just so important. I don't know. I don't think I like... I'm gonna redo this, I think. I just don't like the way it looks. You don't even have to ask how Sonic would feel if Tails got taken away from Eggman. I think it's kind of obvious how he would feel. And what did that guy locked on? That's better. It's better. Let's move this up a bit. Yeah, okay, that'll be... Oh, no, it won't be. No, that's a problem. That's a problem. Don't want that to happen. Alright. Oh, his nose is clipping. I'll have to fix that in a bit, though. Might be time to start getting out the voice clips. Where are they again? Here they are. Set them by date created. Is this the one? I guess I didn't have anything there. Okay. Well, they better not be stoned. I want to look at my script quick. Okay. Okay. Start throwing things in. All right. It's uncontested magic. Well, tails would probably almost be considered immediately cool. And do I still like where this is going? Yeah, we're sort of hitting a slump right now where I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want this to look. I don't even know what the release date would be. I don't have a clue anymore. I was a teen once. Do I like this movement? Does that movement look okay to you? I can't even tell what I think of it anymore. I don't know. Maybe I should make a slight adjustment. I got an idea. We'll move his pelvis around so I don't have to adjust anything else. That way, like, his body will, like, just stretch over while his legs kind of stay in place. Hopefully it won't look too odd. And we could start it around here. Okay, I'm not... That looked ugly. That was an ugly, jerky movement. Maybe if I do that, it'll look better. No. Okay, maybe that's not gonna work. Get rid of that. Oh, I see. Something's just kind of stiff. What is it, though? What is stiff? I don't know. Something is stiff. Something stiff. Maybe I need a better body look. I don't know. I'm just... Okay, no, maybe it was my imagination. It doesn't look that stiff anymore. Anyways, let's start giving Sonic a little more expression. Why does it take so long to make these episodes? Why? Because it's not easy. Have you ever tried doing this plushdom? Seriously, you're looking at it right here. You're seeing there's a lot I have to worry about to try and make things look somewhat decent. You're really going to ask that by this point? I guess you just gotta try for yourself, because it seems like you're not even understanding. It's sort of like stop motion, not exactly. It's a little easier than that. Okay. Oops. Wait, that's wrong. Is he looking straight at the bed? I don't know, let's find out. Yeah, okay. Sonic already looks a million times better just by giving a little extra expression to his eyes. Now what was normal distance again? Oh well, let's just place it by here and figure it out. Wow, I zoomed really far in. Okay, that should do it. And just by adding that expression to Sonic's face, I already feel a million times better about the way he's moving. Good, that means the rest of this can probably go a lot faster. Probably. Okay, we want to adjust that. There we go. We don't want his elbow to go all the way down like that. That wouldn't be good. Hold it. I should actually edit this little part first. There we go. The Polar Express. Well, I'd probably have to pay bank to be allowed to do that. I don't know. Maybe it was fun for you, but for me, it became one of the most torturous things I ever played. Can Sonic fly? If he uses the tornado, he can. Outside of that, though, absolutely the flip not. There we go. Okay. Alright, that should do it for that. There. Okay, cool. And just throw that in there. Let's have him blink again. There we go. Alright, I think this shot's just about finished. Ooh, I see that. Question is, will we see it at all? Briefly, I gotta fix that. That's better. Okay. Here we go. First flu shot. Yeah, he probably would have gotten that when he was an infant with his parents. After they figured out some way to make sure the doctor didn't get bothered by the kid's two tails. Tails wanted 3 wishes. First, he'd wish that nobody thought he was a freak. Second, he'd probably wish to be as good as Sonic. And then 3, he'd wish for probably at least 1 million mints. There's his 3 wishes. There we go. Alright. I think that's it for this shot. Yeah, okay. I think that looks good. Alright, there we go. 5-second shot. If the genie took away one of his tails, well, I don't know if he'd be able to fly anymore. I mean, Conquer proves you can hover a tiny bit with one tail, but fly? That's another story. Alright, there we go. Shot 3. And shot 3 should be a quick one because it's basically just going to be tails moving about in bed for a few seconds. And the question is, how should I do this shot? Oh yes! That's the 3rd time! Stop it! Just stop it! It's fine. This one was only 1 second. We're fine. We're fine. There we go. I've got 14 seconds done in about 2 hours. That's overall not terrible. Now then, back to business, figuring out how to frame the next shot. I don't know. Would something like this be good? Or, I don't know. Something closer to a perspective. If so, I need to adjust the light here a little bit because it looks a little dim. I'm not 100% certain how I want to. There. Can Tails play soccer? That depends. Did Sega make a soccer game where you have Tails as a playable character? Maybe one of the Olympic games, but, you know, I never actually played those. Okay, honestly, I'm not sure how I want to frame this shot. There's so many ways I could go about this one. So many ways. I don't know, do you guys have any idea which one's best? Sonic's ears technically clip me through the door, but we can't tell from this angle, so thank goodness for that. Distance. Sort of like we're seeing it from Sonic's perspective. I'm gonna zoom it in a little bit so that, you know, it's a little easier to see. I suppose that could work. I'm gonna have to move a light, though. Much nicer looking. Much nicer looking. Alright. This will be a quick shot, so this one probably won't take too long. Medora, I already answered the question about Sadako. She's the ghost in the Ringu films. Of course, in the US, she was called Samara. I think I like the name Sadako better. Okay. Where's Tails' other hand, by the way? I could probably move Tails' hand into some kind of frame. There. We won't really see it, but it feels more sensical that way. Let me uncurl Tails' fingers. Tails' hands in a pillow. Move it out a little more. Honestly, it doesn't really matter that much. We're not... Actually, we're not really even going to see Tails' other hand in this shot. I'm worrying too much. Can't help it, though. Alright. Nah, I can do better. Start over. Start over. Tails' head looks kind of high up from this angle. It really does, even though it's on a pillow. Also, we don't have to do too much. I'm pretty much probably just gonna have this be a 2-second shot so it doesn't linger too long. Honestly, that's better. I might actually keep it that way. And of course, animate some of the extraneous features like his ears and whisker. We don't actually have to animate his hair this time, which is a godsend. I should probably have his ears droop down a little bit. And then I'm just gonna reset them into position during a time frame we won't see it happen. Have I watched Sonic Prime? Not really, because, well, I don't really have Netflix. I don't really watch streaming services. Okay, that's the correct one. Oh, whoops. I'm not too concerned about how this looks right now. But I should still get an idea on how it looks from afar, I guess. And that's about all it has to look like. Okay, Medora, you're going too long. I'm gonna have to put it on a timeout if you put it in so much as one more time. Okay, I warned you. Time out. Oh, right, I better move the blanket around a little, too. Yeah, let's animate the blanket. Now note, it's only for a few minutes. I said timeout. I didn't completely block. Move this middle part as well because, well, this is his feet. Wait. There we go. Whoops. There we go. Hate it when I accidentally lock something together that I didn't want to lock. Okay. Alright, there, that's shot 3. Oh, that's right, put this camera back to its... Oh, there we go. Alright, I think I'm going to start pausing this now because I'm going to be getting into the voice clips. And the voice clips I actually have to do with relative silence. Alright, let's start adding in the voice clips at long last. Oh, good. Line 1 was right there. Alright, here we go. If you guys haven't used Source Filmmaker before, get ready. This is when it starts to sound annoying. You've been warned. Wait till you listen to what you have to listen to whenever you keep going back and forth with these voice clips. It's not the most fun thing to hear. So let me get all of these little voice things ready. You know, maybe I'll just get the other voice clips in first, just to see how all line up.
Rise and shine, liberal.
Where's line 1? There it is.
Little bro.
Yeah, here we go. Now you're gonna start hearing these. Oh, that's not Sonic.
In person? You expected anyone else?
Yeah, here we go. Now you'll get to hear the kind of voice clips you'll be hearing throughout the first minute, which is as far as I'm absolutely going in the stream. If I even get that far, that is highly unlikely. And that's another thing for later. Once again, we'll have subtitles when it comes.
Tails, did you have a bad dream last night?
Yeah, and we're just gonna have to keep going back and forth. Once we get to about here is around where I'm gonna start putting in the voice clips. And that's where I'll figure out where the rendering's going to be done.
Did it have anything to do with me going away by any chance?
That might be about as far as I want to get to, because that's close to a minute. I usually try not to render too far past a minute, because the longer you have to render, the longer SFM has a chance of glitching your file a little bit, and then it gets annoying, either through inverting the colors or just flat out removing one of the voice clips. Alright, Medora, that timeout was your warning. So make sure, because I did answer your question. Yes, and that's why I usually try to render no more than a minute at a time. It decreases the chances. If it happens, you just gotta re-render it again. Yeah, I might stop here, because Tails' next line, if I recall, is just a hair long. That was line 3. Yeah, so line 4 would be... Yeah, that's a little long, so... Although maybe I could throw in a little bit, because I also like to make sure it's the end of the shot, so... Let me think here. I don't know. That's cool. Baby talk. Marcus, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you on that screen, and I'm looking at you in the camera. I see you. I see you.
Have anything to do with me going away by any chance?
I don't know, I might have to push this one a little longer. I don't know. Sometimes I have to do minute and 30-second rendering, but I try to avoid that if I can.
I was trying to assist you, and I do watch you like that. So I try to.
I might be going too far with this now.
It really is. It really.
Or let's see.
Tails. It really is cool that you wanted to trust me that badly. Really, it is. However, if you do ever get scared, or have a bad dream or something like that, you can always come to me and talk about it. It's okay.
By the way, I apologize if some of the voice lines sound a little iffy in quality on occasion. Sometimes when I try and cut out some of the background noise, it cuts out a little bit of my voice. So I sometimes have a lot of trouble trying to get it to sound good, and eventually I just have to settle with close enough. That's what happens when you don't have professional Hollywood level equipment. Instead, you've got stuff like this. Oh well. I don't want to spend too much money in this profession. I have to save up after all. Alright. I'm not done yet, but I kind of need to go to the bathroom, so yeah, I'm just going to pause quickly, and well, I'll be back. For now, you can watch my standby animation loop. Bloop. So you're telling me you actually get views by making this kind of stuff? Yes, I do. Well, if you ask me, it seems a little bizarre. Everyone's a critic. Shall we get back to work? Okay. So, back to what I was doing. Lip syncing. It's time for lip syncing. This can take a while, by the way, so get comfortable. We'll be here a little while. Okay. No. You like my shadow voice? We can't see Shadow in this. He isn't awoken until the events of Sonic Adventure 2. There's no way I could fit that in. No way at all. I'm not into any kind of seafood. I like a good set of spaghetti and meatballs or a very well done chicken parm. My favorite dessert is like apple crumb or apple crisp or any of that kind of stuff a la mode. Oh, but Classic Tales, you are adorable. You are so adorable. And you're gonna get surrounded by love. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't really like fish or rice. Alright. Oops. Yeah, somewhat. It's of course going to be different from actual canon. Clearly, this doesn't happen in the canon. Sonic Origins is now canon. Which clearly I'm not following, but admittedly when episode 1 came out, Sonic Origins wasn't released yet. And even then, of course, this wasn't anywhere close to. Oops. Wrong place. Oh, well, happy late birthday, Marcus. I just hope you didn't live here in the northeastern United States. We had some terrible air quality just a few days ago. A red sun? We had an orange sky! Flat out orange! I even saw a picture of New York City! You could hardly see the city because there was so much in the air! Well, to get 2,000 subs in a year is not too bad. It took me like... I don't know, 5 or 6 years for me to get 1,000 subs? Does Tails watch Caillou? Let's hope not! Let's hope not. He does like watching Scooby-Doo, though. He likes trying to solve the mysteries and feel smart. Sonic 3. You know that's still a year and a half away, so let's not even think about the movie yet. At least a year and a half. They said December of 2024. You're lucky in Maryland. Just hope all of that stuff doesn't come your way. Sonic smiles. Yeah. He's sort of dreaming. Something he's dreaming about is worrying him a little bit, but he's trying his best to be strong right now. Because by this point, Tails at least understands a bit that Sonic wouldn't just leave him like that, so he's trying to convince himself the exact same thing in his dreams. That's why Tails was, like, moving around a bit in that announcement animation I made in bed, kind of rummaging around, a sort of sad look with his eyebrows before Sonic gave him another goodnight kiss, and then he calmed down. Brotherhood, 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 brotherhood of man. I'm sorry, that's something else. It's from a show called How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. Weren't they gonna bring Caillou back? The funny kiss. I want to incorporate that at some point into this, but it would just end up being like a complete accident that it happens, and then Sonic and Tails just kind of go with it. First Sonic game I ever played, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and I was 6 years old, so maybe that's why I'm somewhat biased, and it'd probably be my favorite Sonic game. Although, I would say Sonic Frontiers is probably top 5 contender. Sonic Frontiers was actually really enjoyable. I enjoyed that. And eventually someday maybe I should live stream the DLCs. Not LP them, because quite frankly I don't have time to LP them. I could live stream it someday though. Alright, here we go. Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes. What about them? Does Tails watch them? And imagine he does. The classics. I'm thinking of the piano gag with Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam now. Yeah. I played it I first played it when I was like 6 years old. That was only in like 2005 or something like that. I was a 2000s kid. Played it on GameCube. That was my first console. My first handheld was a Game Boy Advanced SP. And on both of them, I started my journey with SpongeBob. On GameCube, I had Battle for Bikini Bottom. On Game Boy Advance, I had the movie game. They were both great.
Right.
Anyways, it's finally time for Sonic to start speaking. Ugh. That would probably be difficult, because by the time it would start airing, Sonic would already be putting Tails down for the snooze cruise. Really? You got inspiration from me? Oh my! Okay, that's kind of cool.
Rise and rise. Rise.
Curious George? You know, I sometimes forget that was actually a TV show, because when I was a kid, I only knew about the books. Wait, when did the show come out? Well, darn it, now you distract me. I have to look it up. American Animated Series. Came out 2006. I would have been about 7 years old by then. No, I didn't see that show, so I don't know, it's probably good for a kid's show. Hi, Chris. Bye, Chris. Does Tails remember what happened to his parents? Yeah. He sort of does. Yes. Don't forget, he did cry when Sonic mentioned his parents. He doesn't fully understand what happened, but he remembers that it happened.
Rise and shine.
Nope, we don't want to glitch the teeth. Don't glitch the teeth. That would be bad.
Rise and shine, little.
I love having Sonic say this in the morning. He actually said this in one of those Sonic Says portions in The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I think that's where I got it. Parents hated Caillou because every time their children watched it, they'd become as bad as Caillou. And the kids just loved it because, I don't know. I didn't watch that much Caillou when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I didn't care as much about the Caillou portions. I cared more about the little puppet skits with like Gilbert and such. I cared about that more when I was a kid. Too bad they got rid of it in later seasons. Those were my favorite parts. And I think was the sole reason I even watched Caillou as a kid. Adult Caillou? You mean Caillou the grown-up? I've been introduced to that from my brother. It's definitely something.
Little bro. Shine, little.
I hate it when I do that. I mean, I think it's supposed to be kind of cringe, considering Caillou's still acting almost like a toddler at 22 years old. It's supposed to be cringe. And when it's supposed to be cringe, it works better. When it's not supposed to be cringe, well, then you probably messed up. And I'm sure I've already messed up a few times with these animations. I look at a couple of my older animations and cringe nowadays. I'm not immune to my animations. There are some parts that I do sometimes think I can do better with. But that happens with a lot of people. John Carpenter won't even watch any of his movies because all he sees are the mistakes. Even a movie like Halloween, which is just an amazing movie, he can't watch it again because all he sees is everything wrong with it. Should you make your own character? If you want to. I don't usually care about doing that kind of stuff, but if you want to do it, do it. I shouldn't be telling you whether you should make a character or not. My favorite one that I made? Of all the animations I made, I'd have to say my favorite's probably the Tales That Bond episode 2. Revelation. Anyways, I saw a little glitch that I now need to fix. Yep, see? Look at that. His lip is clipping through. Every time it happens, it sort of looks like he's bleeding. So, I don't like that. There we go. Alright. Save it. Playing the magician and hiding the flaws. Save it. We're not actually going to be seeing Sonic in this shot, so let me just adjust his smile right now. Is it just me, or if we just listen to this one clip like this, does it sound closer to Bugs Bunny than Sonic? Donate? Really? I mean, I don't normally do stuff for my butt. Would you really want to do that? If you ever did an animation where Tails was his game age, would you do a different voice? I sort of tried to do that when I streamed Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know how successful it was, but I tried to do something a little different. No, I don't use the convergence. I use the eye left right, meaning every time I need to move Tails' eyes, I just like make every tiny movements like every 2 frames, and it's tedious and annoying. I never thought about using convergence though, so I don't know if that actually looks right. I use the left-right. I've never tried using the convergence. Because as far as I'm concerned, usually when the eyes are watery, it looks like they're moving in the same direction. So I don't think you'd use convergence. Tails sounds like a girl. Tails has not been through puberty. How can... I don't know. I don't know if you can, because I don't know if I ever enabled monetization. I never enabled monetization, so I don't know if you can donate. I don't know, I'm going to have to monetize my channel to do that. I haven't done it because I just don't want to thrust ads on all of my animations and such, but I think YouTube's kind of doing that anyway. If I monetize my channel, would it force more ads onto the animations? Because I just kind of want people to enjoy them. I'm getting distracted again. Ooh, there it is again. So you did. Honestly, it would probably be a million times easier because you don't have to make a million frames, just make sure his eyes move around decently enough when he's like turning his head. It's so annoying. Sonic David audios? Why? In animation where I use the modern Tails model, honestly, that would be in the final episode of the Tales That Bond. Because how it would work is, after Tails has learned his place, we'd go to present time, and Sonic would sort of be looking at like an album, looking at past memories, and Tails shows up before going to bed. And they sort of reminisce for a moment. That would be the idea for like the absolute final scene of the Tales That Bond. Yeah, but Tails is generally voiced by a girl because well, men's voices. Once puberty hits and such, it gets a lot hard to control that. So Tails is voiced by a girl because it's easier for girls to voice younger male characters generally for longer periods of time. Yeah, that will happen. That will happen. I've seen it plenty of times before, and sometimes Tails' eyes are almost like that when you can't see him on the screen because I didn't move his eyes. Tails' first broken bone? I don't think so. Foxy Jr.?
In person? In
Oh, let me fix that. Sonic will not beat me up when I eat the last chili dog. No, but he'll have to try really hard to control his emotions so that he doesn't sound like a wallowing ghost.
in person?
Son, in person. Honestly, this face looks perfect for saying it that way. In person.
Person? In person?
I think Sonic has more self-control than that, honestly.
Person?
You won't see stuff like this in Final Cut. You only see it here. Yeah, I like to imagine Tails gets too emotional hearing the words "I love you" to say anything back for the first few days, and it takes him a while before he can really say anything back because he's just too overwhelmed with emotions.
Person?
Ooh.
In person?
Okay, I actually really love the way his mouth moves saying that. I love it more than I should.
In person?
The Tiddly-Tubbies? I've heard of the Teletubbies. That was a thing when I was really young. I don't remember much anymore, except the sun was a baby head. I don't know how we ever watched that kind of stuff back then.
you.
Oops, whoops.
You. you ex- you expect you expect you expect
I'm gonna move these back a little more.
Well, I don't know. I sort of have to figure that kind of stuff out. I don't really do his older voice that frequently. Probably wouldn't be too much different. He is still a kid after all. He is only 8. I don't exactly know how Colleen does it, but how she does it tends to work quite nicely. I'm just trying to make a guess here.
Beer wheat. Beer wheat.
expected
Okay, this is gonna be a little tight. You can say who your Sonic character is, sure. Any favorite Sonic games? I really love Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Mania was pretty fun too. Sonic Generations was fun as well. Probably mostly those ones for the top tier, if I was to guess. The only Sonic game I've really played that I didn't like at all was Sonic and the Secret Rings, and I blame the motion controls for that because it was 2006 Wii game, which means mandated motion controls even if it hurt the game, which for that game it seriously did. Oh my gosh. That was one game I just couldn't bring myself to finish it. It was just so annoying. The old ones are always lacking bad controls. What do you play it on? I play it on a full-on Sega Genesis, and the games run perfectly fine. What are you playing on? They're not laggy. I don't even know what you're talking about. Or are you just saying that because it's not like 60 frames per second, and anything below 60 frames per second is horrible and unplayable? I don't know what frame rate the Genesis runs on. Unless you're talking about, like, Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, but I'm pretty sure Sonic Adventure 2 on the Dreamcast ran at 60 frames, I think. Either way, I don't recall the old Sonic games being laggy. Okay, next clip is over there, so we have that time to pace out Sonic's mouth, transitioning to something a little more nervous. I've played Vectorman before. That was a pretty cool game. I didn't beat it though. I died. I don't do Sonic OCs. I've never gotten into OC stuff, and that's one of those things that doesn't make me a normal Sonic fan. I don't do OCs, and I don't yell and complain about every single thing that isn't just a nostalgic rehash of 2D Sonic games. Sonic movie trailer was trash, the last one. You gotta tell me which trailer you're talking about. There's a few trailers. I'm not using MMD, Doomdog. I don't have any OCs. I don't do OCs. Well, I guess unless you're referring to like Adrian and Laura and such. I don't know. I just threw that in because you know there's some Sonic Forces Avatar models on SFM now. I made use of it. Well, when most people make OCs, don't they normally just like take a pre-existing character, like just sort of change their color and just kind of make them better at everything? I don't know. I don't go into the realms of OCs usually. I only did it with this, I guess, because I had to, and they were just meant to be like normal citizens. That's it. Not people that go on adventures and are just as capable as Sonic and such, just because it makes them cool. Okay, well, I've at least heard of Sonic Chew. I never looked into anything about it, but I've heard about it, and it's generally not pretty as far as I'm concerned. One of the horrible things within the fandom, along with Ken Penders or Panders, I don't remember which one it is. All I know is, he was a maniac. Dark Story. The final battle in the Dark Story, the emeralds are within the Ark. You can't use them to become Supersonic. You're only buy them at the end of the last story, and you play as Supersonic and Super Shadow together to stop the final hazard. Oh, I remember the Bio-Lizard. As a kid, that was one of the hardest bosses of all time. It took forever to beat that boss. Oh my gosh. And that didn't make things any better when I tried to beat the boss rush and had to deal with him. Good times. I also remember dying a million times in Mission Street, Sand Ocean. What was Tails' desert level called? Was it just called... Oh, darn it. Team's Hero level 10. What was that one called? I don't remember what that level was called. But a lot of the mech levels gave me a lot of strife as a kid. Although Tails generally had harder ones. Mission Street and Eternal Engine and the desert level and such took me forever to get through as a kid. Wow, we're all getting bad internet. Crazy Gadget was harder than either of the Bio-Lizard bosses. Well, Crazy Gadget was a very difficult level. It's been so long since I first played it as a young child, about... I don't even want to say it, but when I first played the game was nearly 18 years ago. When I first played it. Oh my gosh. I know I'm young, but when I say that stuff, it makes me feel old. I'm not old, but it sure makes me feel that way. Hidden base, yes. But man, were the mech levels hard for me in that game back in the day. I'm better than... Oh yeah, Lost Colony gave me a lot of grief too. For some reason, the weapon sped was a million times easier just by being the very next level. And Cosmic Wall wasn't too bad either. Yeah, I have a Shadow plush. He showed up after my break. Oh, I didn't have any notes to get through Crazy Gadget. I just had to learn through trial and error how to best survive that level. As kids, we could be so dedicated to games. Nowadays, I generate maps for old school RPG computer games from the mid-80s. My life. Hi, Juliana.
Did you...
Now, if I can remember what was probably one of the hardest emblems for me to get back in the day, it was probably just doing the timed mission in City Escape back in the day. I can never do it fast enough, and especially get the A rank. Oh, and then there is the horror that is Rouge's driving stage. Don't hit the walls! I hated that so much! Oh, and the hard modes, forget it. There's not enough time to win them. There's just not enough time on the hard modes at those stages. Stay for my finals. I don't need to stay for finals. I'm not in school. Oops. Why did I hit Control D? Juliana, do not reveal any phone numbers here. If you reveal information about yourself, I'm gonna have to take you off for your own safety.
Dream of a bad dream, a dream. last night.
What Sonic hears when he's escaping from the city? He hears a lot of wind and the sound of cars being destroyed. A lot of property damage. Could you imagine how different these Sonic games would feel if we only heard what the characters were hearing? I'm in my mid-20s. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't need to be explicit about that. Yeah, sure. Mint, 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 mint. You need to buy more mints. I'm craving them. I don't have any mints. I think he's suffering a mint withdrawal. I need water.
Did I need the money, I guess?
Born with no anxiety. Well, maybe when he first started trying to run like that, when he was like maybe a year or two old or something like that, his stomach got uncomfortable, tied in knots and such at first. Then he got used to it. He just got used to it. After he practiced enough times to not run into trees and such everywhere he goes. I can imagine he bonked his head and such into like trees and walls and such all the time trying to get used to running. You want my phone number? Absolutely not. That is not a good thing to do on the internet at all. If you do that, you basically just ended your life right there. We'd get Sonic Booms? No, I never watched. No, Juliana, I can't give you my phone number. That is one of the absolute worst things you could do on the internet. So if you do that again, I'm going to have to time you out, or possibly worse, because leaking your number like that is absolutely dangerous. I don't have merch. If you give away your phone number, you basically give away your entire identity. Anyone can pretend to be you, and you won't have anything anymore.
To have anything do with
I know that. That's why I'm not doing it. Please, I was born around the era of teaching about internet safety.
me do with me go do with me
Hi, F-Dip.
go me go
Oops. Yeah, the chat is interesting. You can get some very interesting characters in live chat sometimes. Hope you're enjoying the random live stream movie plot thing going on here. Oh, Juliana, this is my live stream. You can't block anyone. Only I can do the blocking around here. On this stream, at least.
away wait point away but away
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Alright, almost done with Sonic here. Okay. Yep, and it takes a lot. Let's see how it looks.
rise and shine, little bro. In person. You expected anyone else? I just wasn't sure you were. Tails, did you have a bad dream last night? Did it have anything to do with me going away by any chance?
Very good. I don't think I saw any clippings and such. Well, as much as I can get done, I don't have much done just yet. I think I'm gonna focus on Tails' mouth right now, which is gonna be hard because his mouth is covered. So, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. But I want to focus on Tails' mouth next. Then maybe I can actually get to actually moving them. Thankfully, Tails doesn't have ass. Zoom in. Alright, yeah. It's gonna be very interesting animating his mouth from this angle. I usually don't have to do this. That's better. Well, I'm focused. Animating isn't always fun. In a sense, it's sort of like working. I just love making the final result. But you need a lot of mental energy to work on it. Now he's happy because he woke up to see Sonic. Well, no, because Knuckles isn't in this.
In person, you expect.
Chat's weird, Spat Spider. Yeah, this happens. This happens in chats, I've noticed. I think it used to happen less in older times of YouTube, but I came in too late for that. Oh, it's been like that the whole time. That's why I tried to move to the extender. But then we know what happened when I tried that. That was early on, and I just lost the entire signal. So I'm just sticking to the main network, which it's working. I haven't dropped any frames according to OBS, so that's good.
Expected anyone else? You expected anyone else?
I'm not up to a Thanksgiving episode yet. I have a long way to go before I reach something like that. Honestly, for the most part, I like doing both. I just don't like when I have to start screaming with Tails because it goes sort of beyond my normal vocal range at this point. It used to be a lot easier when I was younger, but my voice has kind of adapted away from that by now. Yes, Team Sonic, I have played Tails Adventure. I actually have a blind run on this YouTube channel. It's a bit of an old one, I think, so I don't know if it's that great, but... Any tips for source filmmaker? Well, first, I'd recommend you go into my live stream of the Tails That Bond Episode 1 Q&A stream and skip an hour in to sort of see a basic setup of the process to make a simple animation. If you're going to make Sonic animations, I recommend getting the Sonic IK rigs and learn how to use them, because it greatly speeds up the animation process. Greatly speeds it up. It just might take a little bit of time before you get to understand it, but if you watch what I do with the movements, even in this, I think you'll get an idea. Why did I do that? I just wanted to make something very quick that was Christmas related. So I just randomly did that because I thought it would be funny. I just thought it'd be funny. That was it. Ooh, excuse me. Knuckles lives on Angel Island, Juliana, and I can't show you right now. Hi, Kuromi. Okay. How long do you think it'll be? With the stream or the animation itself? Because the animation itself is a long way to go. Okay. Would Sonic ever spank Tails? I can't see that happening at all. One, that would probably somewhat destroy Tails' trust. And two, we kind of know in this day and age, spanking doesn't really work. So no. I do know there's art out there of Sonic spanking Tails, though, because of course there is. There's art of plenty of things out there.
I just wasn't.
Oh, well, good night, Amethyst. Asian PTSD intensifies? What? Tails looks like a white boy who never seen a whoopin'. Are you saying you're not a white boy who's never seen a whoopin'? It doesn't really work. All it basically tells the brain is fear into submission, which is not a good thing at all. And other times, it just actually causes you to rebel even more, which means it's only hurting the cause. I know I didn't really learn anything from whoopings. Oh, and Tails definitely knows whoopings. Everyone used to beat him up. So he knows for sure what a whooping is. Just watch episode 1. With a belt? Oh gosh, that's too far. Even I'm starting to have a little bit of trouble with Tails is saying with this little babble talk. What does he say in the script? Oh, I was just making stuff up by this point. How long is this animation? I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to be. It's probably going to be somewhere between 26 to 30 minutes if I was to take a guess. The script is 3 pages longer than episode 3, which was already 3 pages longer than the script for episode 2. I got a drink. This is a lot of mental energy. When we see all the other characters, it's gonna have to be modern because pretty much there are no other classic models on SFM outside of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. So yeah, everyone else is still gonna have the modern look. That and keeping everyone else modern, but Tails classic, makes him seem so much more younger and vulnerable compared to the rest of the cast, who at the very least generally know how to take care of themselves. He probably will punish, but at first, he'd really be in a tough mental position himself, because he definitely doesn't want to have to ever punish Tails, and he wouldn't be sure how to do it without making himself seem like a real jerk of a bad guy. But the thing is, Tails wouldn't want to do anything to upset Sonic, partially because he thinks if he does anything wrong, he's just going to be kicked out of the streets, because he hasn't built up enough of a safer feeling of trust inside him yet. He needs time to feel a little more trustworthy in that regard. Tails is my comfort character. Tails is my comfort character. There is no Sonic EXE in this. I don't really subscribe to Sonic EXE. I don't know who's stronger. I know Tails is the smart one. I mean, maybe it's Tails because Silver has to rely on, like, telekinesis. Tails can at least use his tails as a form of physical strength. Although if Sonic Boom is anything to go by, Tails is just not strong. Can't even lift off a blanket. I want to incorporate Sonic with a guitar, believe me. I don't know how to play a guitar, and I don't know if there's really anyone in my near family that does play guitar. I want to figure something out, though, regarding that.
Tails.
Sorry guys, this stuff does take a very long time. I apologize. I'd like to be a little farther, but I guess after 2 months, I sort of forgot myself how long this stuff can take.
Anyone else?
Well, no. I just wasn't sure if you were...
Tails? Oh, dream last night.
Tails' room. And it's been a little while, but there's not much to Tails' room. I mean, this was initially Sonic's room, and for heaven's sakes, he didn't need anything in here. He just wanted to go outside as much as he possibly could. He hardly really wanted to use the house. So, it's barren, but it's kind of all Tails really needs. I mean, there's a TV downstairs. All the wonderful food times will be right by this table. Really, he's probably not going to be upstairs all that much, unless he has to go to the bathroom. Don't ask about the shower curtain. This was pretty much the only thing that was available in the workshop that I could find. And this is Sonic's room. It's even lesser, and it's tiny, with a very tiny window. I don't even know why there's a window this tiny, but there is. And here's Sonic. He's a hedgehog. Here's Tails. He's a fox. He got a free house because he saves the world. He saves the world, so they want to keep him close, so they gave him a free house, and they pay everything for him. No one else gets this luxury, only Sonic. And Sonic's also like 9 years old, so he's not going to know how to efficiently handle bills and taxes. And honestly, if a 9-year-old was getting paid taxes, I think the city would get sued or something like that. I don't know. The one in the small room. Well, first, he'd probably scream in panic and fear and rush down to Tails to make sure that he didn't get cut by any glass. And then if Tails was alright, he would freak out about the fact that a window is broken. If Tails wasn't alright and he had like glass cuts all over his body and such, then he'd honestly forget about the window and just figure out how he's going to keep Tails from bleeding out or get an infection. And then by the time all that's said and done, by the time Tails was better, Sonic wouldn't even be freaking out about the window anymore. He would have gotten a new one paid for already. But he'd definitely make sure Tails will be a heck of a lot more careful from there on. I don't know if Tails is scared of spiders. I know he's scared of thunder. Well, the most Tails could probably end up doing is really trying Sonic's patience. And then Sonic will just suddenly burst out in frustration a little bit because he doesn't know how to keep patient. But he'll at least learn to try maintain some level of patience for Tails. No. Whoops. I went backwards.
Did it? Have it. Wait.
Alright, see you around. I'd love to try and have this out no later than October if I can. We'll see if that's possible. I'll try. I'm going to give myself more time to rest though, so I don't get too brain dead.
Anything to do with having to do with me going away? By any chance?
You know what? 58.6. That might be the best spot to... Yeah, I can make that work. That will be where the render portion is. Your favorite part about Animating Tails is his ears. His ears. Alright, let's take a look now. This should be okay.
In person? You expected anyone else?
Well, no. I just wasn't sure you were...
Tails, did you have a bad dream last night? Did it have anything to do with me going away by any chance?
Okay, yeah. That's gonna be it for that. Okay. Now we'll start actually animating the characters. Finally getting to the movement of it all. 58.6 is the goal for the render process. And we are currently at 16. Alright, fine. So, I've still got 42.6 seconds to animate out before rendering. Hooray! We'll probably close this up at 7. We'll see how far I can get by that point. Alright, but we should move Sonic a little more now so we can get him into an easier to animate position. Okay, is he actually facing the bed? Let's find out. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, this'll do. Alright. So maybe I want to have the door a little more open by this point. And maybe move the camera a little. Alright, now we can actually get to animating. Well, we got the lip syncing done for the rest of the section, but we've only fully animated 16 seconds. We're actually going to get to it right now. Well, let me yawn for a bit. Hang on. There we go. Oh, Orchard, you're still here, right? I think I got a question I want to ask you when the stream is over. Just between you and I. Okay? If you're still here after the stream, I've got something I want to ask you, because it might help. Alright. Does Tails know how to use the toilet? I'm not really going to go into that kind of stuff. Also, let's face it, Tails is probably 2 years old. He's probably too small to even keep himself afloat. Oh, Elbow, what are you doing? Nope, don't be weird. That's a weird question. That's a weird question, Richard Family Gaming. No need to ask that. Okay. So, let's finally get to it. I might have to adjust Sonic's ear a little bit, so that's kind of like resting against the door. Even though it doesn't look like anything bad from this. Okay, let's just admire Sonic here for a moment, because honestly, his expression looks kind of cute here. It almost looks like you want to give him a hug. Don't ask me, it's the English language. English has a lot of weird things. Hand's still not perfect. That's better. And maybe I want to move his right hand? Maybe, because that looks kind of weird. That's better. I don't think it changes much here, though. Actually, maybe I want to slightly adjust his pose a little bit. That's a little better. We need to adjust that so that it transitions neat. Oh, I could put music back on again. Let's play something different. From my favorite horror game! Don't worry, this music's actually pretty. It puts me in a relaxed mood. That's better. And that's a good movement. There we go. Isn't this music pretty? Alright, I want something that sort of represents Sonic relaxing. Hang on. That's a different position. Interesting. If you don't want to be on the stream anymore, George, you can always leave, you know. Nobody said you had to stay. I'm not keeping you prisoner. He's clipping to the door. That's the thing that came out of my mouth. Honestly, that kind of bathroom stuff is being taken care of off screen because people don't actually need to see that happening. At least I think so. You want to see the video? You'll have to see it when it's done. In case you haven't noticed, we're not even close to being done. We only started. You don't hear the music? I'm trying not to keep it too loud so I can actually still pay attention to the... And if you don't like watching how long it takes to animate, I'm not sure if you'd like to do it yourself. Because this is how long it takes when you try and make something that doesn't just look like, oh look, I can move from point A to point B, and just make limbs move robotically like that. Like how most of us start off. Who voices Tails?
I voice Tails.
Yes, I always do those kind of squeaks around Tails because I think he's too cute. I mean, if Sonic ever gets hurt, he's going to insist that he'll be fine because he's Sonic. If Tails gets so much as one tiny little injury, Sonic's gonna go into full-on overboard parent mode. What if Tails accidentally... How is Tails gonna break Sonic's TV? Outside of tinkering with it by the time he's like 3.5 or 4. Hang on. Yeah, that could work with a couple of adjustments, actually. Yeah, I think I got something going. Sue socks. I think of Dr. Seuss when I read that out loud. Oh, I'm starting to wonder if I'm getting a little tired. Maybe I should open a curtain and get a little... wait. This might usually be the time of day where it just blasts into my eyes, so I don't know how good of an idea that is. Oh, that... Yeah, you can see it. Sounds like kind of clipping into the door here. I think I'm just gonna push Sonic over a little bit. Just the root position so I don't have to meticulously move everything else. Or, you know, I could always just animate the door a little. That's an option too.
I voice both Sonic and Tails! The dynamic duo!
I'm sorry I killed your ears, Ariana. I am very sorry. There we go. There, he's not clipping through anymore because I actually decided to animate a door because it's so hard to animate a door. Oh, to just
Make it rotate, it's so difficult!
Am I bothering you, Shadow? Sort of. Knuckles is very busy right now. He does not want his voice to be used. Okay? Alright. Alright, and this is going to be where Sonic begins to move over. And the camera will follow, of course. The camera's just not following right now. Camera! There we go. Door axes are not where they should be. Well, where should it be? Because the door frame moves with it, which makes the door kind of weird. And if I make it even a slight bit bigger, then it just kind of clips into the walls. So, yeah. It's not a perfect door. But what else am I going to do about it, honestly? It's generally been good enough for me. We all want to see the video, but it takes a lot of effort to make this. It's not like just recording myself playing a game and then upload it. I have to actually make this. Don't worry, we'll animate him actually walking. We just haven't done it yet. But I should probably do that next. And then figure out other things later. And of course, I'm gonna have his eyes closed when he's getting ready to take in that big breath. Okay, good. I did set the loop. That's good. I see Sonic's foot's actually clipped in here, but since we couldn't see it, that's an easy enough fix. Yeah. Something you will notice with these animations, when a character or part of a character is not seen on the screen, it's probably going to be clipping through something, but you just don't see it. The fridge door? You mean this? Well, yeah, but that is actually constructed that way. With these doors, it's different. There are two bones. There's the root transform bone and the roots bone. I actually had to drag one of these. I had to drag the root bone away from the root transform so that when I rotate the door, it doesn't just rotate from the center. So I actually had to adjust these doors manually just to make it like this. The thing is, there just really aren't real standout doors as far as I'm concerned in the realm of SFM. At least the fridge, because the door is a separate entity, they put the door in the correct place. Can I not open the freezer door? Oh, what? I can't. Ugh. Everything's a limitation. Everything is a limitation. Oh my gosh. Anyways, the feet. There we go. There we go. All right. We're not really going to see his feet, so I guess it doesn't matter what the quality of the movements actually are. Yeah, the heck with it. It's not going to be seen, but maybe I can use it in the future. I don't know. This, on the other hand, I do know. Oh, who's Mr. Becko? I haven't heard of him. Who's that? Mr. Becko. Oh, it's a Sonic EXE thing. Yeah, okay. That's not where my greatest interests lie. I see. He's really into Sonic EXE. I have a few notifications I'll have to look at when this stream's over.
Right.
Alright. And now let's adjust some verticality movements. Get rid of these. There we go. How's it looking now? Alright. I might actually want to raise the camera a little now. Alright. Was he, pretty much, yeah, he would have starved to death. Okay.
Rising.
Okay. Yeah, we saw dead Tails in the woods before meeting Tails. It probably would be like, oh shoot, poor kid. How could have anyone left him here like this? Or something like that. Get it together, Tails! Alright.
Rise and shine.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to make this look a little better.
Rise and shine.
I don't know. I know, that's because I haven't actually animated his arms yet. Yeah, that's sort of something I forgot to think about, but, you know, there are, like, streams and rain. If he was near a stream or something, he'd have to drink out of that. I know that's not always the healthiest thing to do, but... Tails' first bath. I don't want to do anything too big on something like that, because again, that leaves room to, like, foot fetishes and such. And then you'll get the people that'll be like, hardy har har, Tails naked. He only wears gloves, socks, and shoes, though, so... But still, there's foot fetishes.
Rise and shine. Rise and shine.
I'm not quite sure if I'm doing this right.
Rise and shine, little.
I want to do this over because I don't know if I'm doing it right. Alright, let's just do it again. Sometimes I get something I really don't like, and then I just start all over because I learn what I'm doing is horrible. So maybe I should more internalize it with physical movement.
Rise and shine.
Something like that. Yeah, sometimes I just mimic the movements I want to do myself because it gives me more of a mental image on how to do it right. Okay, so let's see. Head goes down, spine 1 goes down. What about spine 0? Feel like it should go back a little, so probably but maybe push it a little farther back. Okay, and then this is going to continue to go back a bit. This one will slowly start to as well. And this will keep going down. It's not notable enough yet. Why do I like Tails? He is adorable. He's gentle-hearted. He's an absolute genius. He knows what it's like to be shy. I can relate to that kind of stuff. I'm interested into technology sort of like he does. It'd be cool to be able to make stuff and all that kind of stuff. He's almost like a role model in my opinion. He's sweet and gentle-natured. A bit of a shy guy. I can be a pretty shy guy at times too. For heaven's sake, sometimes it can be a long time before I really feel comfortable talking to anyone. But he's also a genius, and the whole believe in yourself thing is just kind of inspiring. He has an inspiring backstory and such. And he's just so comforting! Just look at him! He's so comforting. But yeah, stuff like that. No. Absolutely not. I'm still not entirely sure how I want to go through with that. Okay, so I tried it once in Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog stream back in May 6th. I actually never listened to hear how well it went. Gosh, I didn't think animating this build would be so hard. Maybe I moved this up too much. Hmm.
Rise and rise and shine. Rise and rise and shine. Rise and shine, little.
That's neck, not head.
Shine, little bro.
I'm gonna move his pelvis bone a bit there. I think it'll look better if I do that. Yeah, it'll sort of have him like lurch forward a bit.
Right.
Which means I'm gonna have to move the camera again.
Rise and shine.
Yeah, because he's too close now. Hooray! Wow, I gotta move his arms because they don't look right at all.
Rise and shine, little bro.
I think once I get the hands into position, maybe this will just generally look better. All right. Nope. Alrighty. We're gonna move that door again. Because otherwise that's gonna be a bit of a problem. So yeah, open the door more. Alright, it's still going through the stinking door. Nope. Nope. Okay. Change the angle. No, there's not gonna be a tail sickness too. There's really nothing else to do with that story anymore. Alright, we're gonna have to adjust his fingers there. Or... no, I don't want to move his arm any farther. It'll start clipping into his chest. Actually, he could probably start letting go of the door here. So that he can stop being a monkey claw. It's the chance I've gone where before, but not usually this bad. One I had the most fun making? I don't know. I don't know what the most fun one was. Probably the most interesting was the Pained Lover, due to that being sort of a silent cartoon.
Right.
Okay.
Rise and shine.
We'll have to adjust that elbow. And we're gonna have to adjust these fingers too.
Rise and shine.
Not the Fortnite. Not the Fortnite.
Shine, little.
Okay then. There we go.
Little bro.
Alright, elbows. Alright, so let's move these elbows so they're less intrusive.
Rise and shine, little bro.
Favorite Mario games: Mario World, Super Mario World, bar none. Minecraft. Ugh, I can't stand Minecraft. That game bores me to tears. Well, Mario Sunshine was one of my earlier Mario games. I was a GameCube kid. That is for sure.
Rise and shine, little bro.
Least favorite game ever? Well, of the ones I bait, I really couldn't stand Secret of Mana at all. Everyone says that's one of the best games of all time, and I couldn't stand that one. It was so obnoxious. I never got used to the inventory menu system. It was supposed to make things simpler, but all it did was make me go the wrong way over and over again. The combat is absolutely ridiculous. It's an action RPG, but you can attack something and it just doesn't hit, as if they dodged it or something. But you're clearly hitting it, so it's really stupid. You get caught in a spell, you'll just be stun locked for all eternity. The spell's taking an eternity to grind, but doing it is the only way to win the game because they're absurdly overpowered. The writing wasn't very good. It wasn't very memorable overall. It was just annoying. I hated Secret of Mana. I'm sorry to everyone's childhoods that I've now ruined. But I hate that game. Okay, let's move this back a little.
Rise and shine.
No, that's not what I want to do. Okay, fine, I'll zoom in. Are you happy?
Shine, little bro.
I still don't know if I'm thoroughly content with this, but I can edit it a little bit later. He looks so relieved. The little hedgehog.
and shine. Little.
There we go. Yes, I like Mario Galaxy. I think I ended up liking Galaxy 2 a little more, though. Generally had a little more fun with the Galaxies, and I thought the bosses were better in the second game. And bosses are a big thing for me. Give me good bosses, I'm gonna be happy. Love a good boss fight. Not that the bosses in Galaxy 1 were bad, but Galaxy 2 was a bit more tricky and faster paced with the boss battles. I remember almost dying to the Lakitu King my first time.
Rise and shine.
Alright, why don't we get to animating the ears and hair? There we go. Okay, I love how happy Sonic looks here. That is a look of pure joy and love. Oh my gosh, I love it. 2013 was 10 years ago. Yes, it was. You know what was 20 years ago? 2013! I mean, 2003. I'm sorry. My mind is, I guess, getting a little tired. I'm probably going to end this at 7 just because I'm starting to get a little sleepy, I guess. I need to do something else. 2003, when Wind Waker came over to America. And oh my gosh, do I love Wind Waker. That game makes me cry. It's not really face reveal by this point. I always show my face in a live stream. Always. That's nothing new by this point.
Rise and shine. Little bro.
Alright, yay. Okay. Yes, I do use the IK rigs. I used to not do it, and it took much longer to animate limbs. Well, admittedly, I do think my sort of animations are a little more niche. Most people for a long time haven't been looking for this kind of stuff. It's not mainstream, I'd say. And nobody watches my LP videos anyway, so I'm not too surprised. I'm honestly quite happy I even got this far. I was surprised to get a silver play button. I never thought that'd be possible. I'm happy with what I've got. Now, if this was my job, I'd like more, but I don't want this to be my job, because then I might grow to eventually despise it, never having a day off in my life. Hard to say, because I never actually finished Lost World, but I didn't care much for Forces. Yes, I always have a lot of trouble believing 2002 was 21 years ago, because I still refuse to believe Metroid Prime is that old, because that game looks so freaking good even on GameCube, and it's 21 years old. You can't tell me that. My brain won't accept that. It looks too good. The Resident Evil remake from 2002 looks so good. Those games don't look like they're from 2002, and they're from 2002. My goodness. Well, I'm a fifth of the way there. Maybe you'll make it someday. Maybe I'll make it someday. I gotta animate Sonic's hair. I sometimes think it wasn't until I started animating Sonic that I start to realize how adorable he can really be. Although there is this one really cute Sonic picture from the old days that said, "Have you hugged your hedgehog today?" And Sonic looks pretty darn precious in that. I know it's from one of the old Archie Sonic comics. That much I know. Oh, hang on. Nope, I moved that the wrong way. I hate it when I do that. There we go. When was the last time I saved? Let's save. Maybe not, but just look at his face. It's entirely possible. Tails is precious, and, you know, Sonic is precious. Sonic is precious, too. No matter how you see the backstory, you can tell that Sonic really did take care of this kid. He has a pure soul. And though he might like to joke around with people in ways that may annoy some people now and then, like Knuckles and such, and sometimes act cocky, he does have a very good heart, and that makes him a pure soul. And when your soul is pure, it's easier to look cute. Do I like Star Wars? You really don't want me to answer that question. You really don't. You don't want me to answer that. But if I have to answer it, unfortunately, no. I'm not really a fan of Star Wars. I tried watching episodes 4 and 5, which are technically the first two movies, and I just couldn't really get into them. Excuse me. Alright, 20 seconds! I can't explain it. I don't know. I'm usually not too big a fan of action movies in general, so I guess I was always doomed not to be that into Star Wars. But heck, we can't diss John Williams' score. John Williams was pretty much the king of cinema soundtracks. And of course, the Star Wars theme is an absolute gem. Like many of his other themes, like from films of like Jaws and E.T. and that kind of stuff. He knew how to make music. But I don't know. I just sort of have a general bias against action type films, and Star Wars kind of fits into the mold. Even if the first two, even if some of the earlier films were a bit slower and I guess a little more character driven, I suppose. I don't know. I just can't get into them. No, I've never actually physically met YouTubers. I'm just a one-man band kind of thing. Anyways, the hair's trying to clip into the door, so we had to push Sonic's hair over to the right. So that it doesn't happen. Just be careful not to clip into the door and I'll be fine. Yeah, like if I move it any farther to the left, I might be in trouble.
Right.
Okay. I don't know what I do to celebrate. I mainly did this because I wasn't sure of any other way to celebrate. I'm not good at coming up with that kind of stuff. I just don't know. How are you supposed to celebrate things? It's not easy for me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just go to an amusement park and say, I went to an amusement park. Thank you for subscribers. I just don't know. Like, how do you do that without sounding like conceited or anything like that? It's not easy for me. Sonic's favorite movie? Honestly, if I was to randomly guess what Sonic's favorite movie would be, why do I think it would be, what's it called, Fast and the Furious? I don't know. I don't really know films, but it'd be some kind of action-oriented film where things are fast-paced.
Rise and shine.
That much I know. Anything else? Well, you got me there. It's clipping, isn't it? Dang it. Stupid door. Is it noticeable? I don't know. I gotta animate Sonic's fingers because they look weird. Then hit the camera with the cake. That's an interesting way to do things. But I remember, like, back in the days when Markiplier first hit 1 million subscribers. Yeah, there was such a time. I was around then. He made, like, this super heartfelt video. Like, most of his subscriber milestone videos were pretty silly, but that one, wow, that was emotions.
Rise and shine.
Okay.
Rise and shine, little.
Okay, we're almost done with this shot. I think. I still have to look at if I actually am okay with how it looks.
Fine, little bro. And shine, little bro.
Alright, let me actually see how this looks. Oh, what was that? What was that? Oh, yep, you see, I missed that. You see Sonic's hand over there on the left? Nope, it's not good yet.
Rise and shine, little bro.
This might be okay, actually.
Rise and shine, little bro. Little bro.
Although maybe I could push everything a little. I don't know, if I did that, would everything look too slow? No, I think that's okay. Okay, so there we go. That's another 8 seconds down. Alright. I want to at least do this next shot because it's the first shot that really focuses on Tails. So, I just want to get that in quick. And then we're probably going to end it. Because we've been at this for almost 5 hours right now. And it'll put us over half a minute, so I guess that's a decent start. Tails' head is really sunken down to the point that he's going through the pillow. I should fix that. That's better. And we can squish the pillow a little. Let's squish the pillow. Squish. This is the wrong pillow. Squish. I shrunk one of the other pillows to non-existence. Oops. There we go. Oops. There we go. No, it's not good. I'm always one space too far. There we go. There we go. Alright, good night. I basically want Tails to say Sawik, and then that'll be the little sneak peek. The first half minute of animating. We'll see what the whole thing looks like afterwards when I get that done. Oh, his eyes aren't here yet. Let's get his eyes in there. I didn't converge them yet. There we go. Here's his hands. We can kind of just hide that one. Herobrine? I don't even know what that is. Half a minute. If it was half a second, then I'd be a terrible animator. Oh, that explains things. I don't know Minecraft. Because I don't play it, because it bores me. Alright. This shot shouldn't take too long, and then we'll do another shot with Tails turning around and seeing Sonic and getting happy! Oh, I'm gonna have to animate the blanket too. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to do.
No.
Alright. Okay. So, how does it sound when you constantly have to hear snippets of a voice clip almost echoing as you move through audio clips like that? Has it gotten annoying yet? Why does Tails say Sonic? Because he's 2 years old, and though he knows how to talk, he still can't pronounce all the sounds quite so correctly. So he has trouble with the N sound, so it comes out as a W. Because he's only 2 right now. The fact he taught himself to speak in complete sentences at all at this point is already short of amazing, even if he has a little bit of that baby talk. Yeah, the hair's clipping through, but as soon as we move this down, that shouldn't be a problem. There we go. Now the whiskers. And we don't have to worry about Tails' tails yet, because he's still under the blanket. Yeah, he's only 2 years old, so he has a bit of a baby talk to him. Alright. Animate the bed a little bit, and then this shot's basically done. Well, the saw in Sonic and Sonic are pronounced the same, so therefore I spell them the same. I'm guessing this episode's gonna be longer because the script ended up being exactly 3 pages longer than episode 3's script, and that one was already decently long, I felt. Big best bro for all eternity. And there we go. The pillow slowly gets to not be stressed. Okay, now the blanket. I need to animate the blanket still. Okay. But unlike with episode 3, this is currently the only animation I'm working on right now, so I can hopefully get this one done within a decent enough time frame. Like, as long as I don't blow myself out, maybe this will take 3 to 4 months, I don't know. Ever do a video where Amy's the babysitter for Tails? Once I introduce Amy into the Tales That Bond, then yes. And once I introduce characters into the Tales That Bond, they can be used for stories of recommended standalone videos. But I'm not up to that point yet, because, well, I haven't firmly planted out all of the bonding details between Sonic and Tails yet. I moved the midsection too. Alright, shall we see how this shot looks? There we go. Alright. Alright, so we got about 5.4 seconds left to animate before we end things off. Overall, considering it's only been about 5 hours so far, I wouldn't say this is a bad start to this animation, especially since I had to set up all the starting positions for the first hour or so. This isn't too bad a pace overall, which you might find that hard to believe, but honestly, this is a good day in terms of progress. This is a good day. A bad day, I'd probably only get about maybe 8 or 10 seconds done in this time frame. The fact that I've already gotten 27 seconds done in just 5 hours. Yeah, then I ended up doing a stream of Murder of Sonic.
Well, I already tried voicing Amy in the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. My darling Sonic has been murdered! I've already tried.
Okay, well anyways, let's get to finishing this up. And yeah, here's Tails' body under the blanket, the parts that we're not supposed to see right now. But I do want to flip Tails' body so that it's kind of straightened up like that. Yeah, that'll be our little base. Of course, we gotta make sure stuff like that doesn't happen. We don't want him rising up too much, so we're gonna have to do a little extra work. There we go. Okay, there. Now we have something to work with. Well, after this stream, I'm not going to be streaming more progress because then I'd spoil all the details. I just wanted to do this early on so that you guys could get a little sneak peek at the start of it before all the more spoilery details come in. Yeah. And this is what I've been doing for the past 4 years or so. Actually, if I think about it, it's been about 5 years. I started working on the Learning to Walk test video when I was a senior in high school. It ended up not coming out until I was a freshman in college. No, I've got siblings. But we're all adults now. Okay, so we're going to get this shot done, and then we're going to cut it off after we look at the... If I was to take a guess, as long as I don't tack on too much more to work on, maybe... Don't quote me on this, because I don't even know, and I'm not going to confirm any release dates, but I'm hoping for mid-October. I'm hoping. If it comes out earlier, great. If it comes out later, then maybe I should have expected that, but... Oh, I'm the youngest. By 1 minute. Ooh. No, that's way too quick. Okay. Dang it. Hey, his hand's still in the air. We don't want that. And there we go. Here comes Mr. Happy Face. Oh, hi, Knight. You are late. I'm surprised you're here at all. I'm just finishing this shot, and then I'm going to show what I've gotten done so far, and then we're stopping. My plans after this animation. Well, I have a couple of standalone ideas I want to do, and episode 5 as well. I want to try an animation that's entirely done from a first-person perspective, see how that works out. Where Tails defends the house? I don't need to plagiarize Home Alone, it'll just be Home Alone but Sonic and bad. Haven't we learned anything from the Disney remake? We don't need to plagiarize it. Besides, I have my own ideas for a Christmas special when I get to it. Oh boy, I hate it when that happens. Okay, let's do a blink. Okay. Well, Tails basically is a Mr. Happy Face whenever he's happy. His happy face is the definition of happy faces. Now, of course, we're not done animating this yet. So, as you've probably noticed, sometimes his eyelids do weird things like that. Usually, when this happens, I have to scale it a little. And I hate doing this because it can be so inconsistent how you have to do this. But, like, I'll try 102 and hope that's not too big. Oh, you saw that? Yeah, it goes through him for a small moment, so I have to keep adjusting it. And it's a never-ending cycle of torture. To have to keep doing this, because otherwise, his eyelids just aren't big enough. Okay, so I don't have to do it that time. A pillow fort? Well, I'd have to get a bunch of standalone pillow models. I don't know where I'm gonna get standalone pillow models, though. Okay, so he's gonna, like, rise up a little. Okay, we're gonna have to adjust his eyes, of course. He still looks tired here. Then he sees Sonic and immediately awakens in joy. This is a precious face. This is a precious face. And this is the kind of stuff I always have to look at when I do this. June 7th. Happy post-birthday. This won't be much longer. Of course, I'll have to remind myself to animate the blanket. So, as we pretty much know by now, this is pretty much the first time that Tails actually wakes up rather peacefully. Because the previous morning, well, that didn't go so well. Let's have his fingers clutch the blanket as he gets up. Maybe stretch these out a bit. And now I think I actually want to adjust the hand movements a little. We're almost there. Oh, playing tag? Sonic would have to go easy on Tails. Otherwise, never be able to get away. Never be able to avoid being it and getting out of it. Alright. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh, computer animation? Well, I don't know if what you're going to be using is exactly like Source Filmmaker, but maybe this can give you a taste. I'm glad that if this helps. At the very least, it could give you some kind of a head start. Gosh. A computer animation class in 8th grade. Wow. I didn't have a computer animation class in grade school. Wow. No, I basically just had to learn Source Filmmaker by myself using a couple of tutorial videos from a YouTuber called RZ, who made an SFM tutorial using Tails. Okay, this is one of those moments where I can't handle it. He looks too cute here. Oh my gosh. Cool. Yo, learning that making video games is a lot of work. I did a couple of video game projects in high school. I even took a gaming class in college. It's a lot of work. And if something goes wrong, you could sometimes expect to waste 10 hours figuring out what's wrong. Just fair warning. Yeah, I'm almost done for the day, Orchard. Almost done. I just want to get this one scene done. I just want to get this last shot done. Once I get this shot done, I'm going to end it. I feel like I made very good progress to start with, though. So that does make me pretty happy. Honestly, I don't have to animate Tails' hair there because we're not going to see anything. And it's basically just more of this. Alrighty. If my lips ever left my mouth, packed a bag and headed south, that'd be too bad. I'd be so sad. I see, that'd be too bad. You'd be so sad, that'd be too bad. Alrighty. If my lips said adios, I don't like you, I think you're gross, that'd be too bad. I might get mad. That'd be too bad. You might get mad. That'd be too bad. Fascinating. If my lips moved to Duluth, I left a mess and took my tooth. That'd be too bad. I'd call my dad. That'd be too bad. You'd call your dad. That'd be too bad. I'm losing my mind. So with the higher quality, you don't want to make things violent because it'd be too realistically violent with better animation. Is that where we're going? Stop singing. Sorry, I think I'm just going a little insane. Can I help it? Admittedly, I'm pretty tired, but I just don't want to leave this shot unfinished. So I like singing. Singing's fun. It sounds like a dying toad. A dying toad. Oh, that's not gonna look pretty, is it? Yeah, that's not pretty. Oh, shoot. I did something wrong. I did something terribly wrong. No, don't do that. Oh. Oh, that is your singing. Well, I'm sorry if I offended you. Alright, now we basically animate the blanket, and then we're done, basically. I just gotta animate the pillow and the blanket. Okay, I don't need to animate the pillow anymore. So, I've shown you guys a little quick thing on how I do animations back when I did a live stream for episode 1 Q&A. And now you guys have seen what it's like when I'm actually working on this. Thanks, Knights. I've had a little bit of vocal training at least, so that I could be decent. Before that, I didn't sound very good. Excuse me. You know, I love this music that I'm playing so much. It became a natural part of my life. I kind of forgot it's even playing. Isn't that something? What time is it? 7:33. Okay, these just need more minute movements because not much is actually happening here. And then this is where Tails grabs the blanket, so we need a bit more of a jerk motion going on. And yeah, you can actually see Tails' foot here, but the camera doesn't really focus on that spot, so I don't think it can even be seen. Thankfully. Okay. Almost. Okay, there we go. Let me just do one tiny adjustment quickly. Yeah, okay, that looks... Alright. So, there. I think that will do it. We only wanted to do this little piece here. Okay, so I'm going to stop this music now. And now we're going to watch everything we made so far. And then this will be it. We're ending the stream after this. So let's see what we've gotten done in 5.5 hours. I'm going to have the little titles in that scene.
Rise and shine, little bro.
Alright, there we go. The first 32.4 seconds is done. I think that is pretty good so far. How much of the script is that? How much have we gone through? We have gone through... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 2/5 of a page. So, if we go into the little calculator app here, and we divide 0.4 by 16, we will find that in this 5.5 hours, I have finished 2.5% of the animation. We have done 2.5% of the animation today. I'll prove it. We multiply this by 100, and there, 2.5% done. In 5.5 hours, we got that much done. That's not terrible, I guess. It could be worse. But there we go. I hope you have enjoyed this. I hope this was a decent way to thank you all for the 200,000 subscribers watching me begin this and get a little sneak peek of the animation. You now know exactly how it's going to start. I'll add sound effects later. But I hope you've enjoyed this. I'm going off now. I've been here a long time, and I want to rest. Until then, though, this has been TailsFan 109. I hope you have enjoyed this, and have a nice day.